Morning, good morning. Bruce, bud, what do you mean? Does anyone find it useful? What kind of question is that? Man asked if footprint was useful. Been ranting about it for months. What? Uh, I saw that. I was like, huh? 74.25. Like, how is this that skewed? This 30-second opening range doesn't make any sense. So weird. Please be careful if you're using the Patty 30-second opening range on anything lower than a minute. I don't know if I trust it. Well, it's supposed to be fine. It says like you just have to be on a lower time frame. But the thing is that the way it's calculating it is not correct. Oh, that doesn't help that I'm on an ETH chart for some reason. What? But no, it's still 60. Why is it on 60? Should be 74. I think we can fix this. Something's not calculating correctly because it's not taking the open at 9:30. That's where your ORH is. That's very clear. Hmm.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get University of Michigan data. Sentiment final forecast 66. On the price, 65.6, with a range of 76 to 64.9. 1 year inflation final forecast 3.2%.
Yeah.
On the prior, 3.3%. 5 year inflation final
Mario's gonna get on and
forecast
tell us about our
3.1%. On
our
the prior,
200 point
3.1%.
no
Expectations
structure
final
below again.
forecast 68. Price 67.6, and conditions final forecast 64 on the prior 62.5.
What's up, Flex? This is a incredibly important area on ES as we come into 65s. Just keep an eye on this. This is our seller reoffer before the POC shift. All right, what's pushing us up? Semis, regional banks. All right. If you bought the AMD dip that we talked about at 80 cents, contracts are currently at $1.23. I think that may have only been Kiz. But yeah. Um, would you allocate money? I have money in Nvidia shares for long term. No, I have not bought anything after the split. Look at that. Look at our tech holding our gap and then following our path. It's the MMs, man. They saw the chart, they knew it had to go. True? So, I mean, like you would have been fine after the split, Cass, but like for long term, like I'm not long term is like you just buy, man. If you like the stock, you like the stock. Like you gotta just like start dollar cost averaging in and just like accept that price is gonna do it at once and you are in it because you think that the company can keep going up, right? Like there isn't a great
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get University of Michigan data. Sentiment final forecast 66 on the price 65
like you just
spot
kinda have to
6
do it.
with a range of 76 to 64 spot 9. 1 year inflation final forecast 3.2%
Start using some of
on the price 3.3%.
your
5
gains,
year inflation final
right?
forecast
And slowly start
3.1%
putting
on
it
the
into a
price
small port
3.1%. Expectations
and
final
never look at it.
forecast 68 on the price 67 spot 6. And conditions final forecast 64 on the price 62 spot 5.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where like I'm not a fundamental analysis, but I buy things that I think are worthwhile. I mean, is Nvidia like, quote unquote incredibly overpriced? Yeah. Is the entire market? Yeah. Should you put all your money in right now? No. But like if you think about it like long term, like yeah, it's fine. And if they do everything that they talked about growth wise, I don't think there are any issues with it. I have no money in INTC. That is all I'll say on that one. Yeah, I mean, Kaz, I would just look up like I think Tom has a pretty good video on the wheel. Man, you should just start looking into like figuring out how to lower share cost while still investing in things that you care about or think that have potential, right? Like that's more of that. Other than that, it's just set an amount you want to put in each month and don't look. Man, Demon Days might be one of the greatest albums that's ever been made. Forgot how iconic this album is. It's just banger after banger.
One minute
Banger
remaining. I'll
after
lead with
banger.
University of Michigan sentiment final.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good one as well. I was just talking about gorillas in general. But yeah, that Linkin Park album is also up there as incredibly iconic.
10 seconds.
All right. News 10 seconds, guys. Coming up into our sell side imbalance here
60.
in our ADR. See what happens.
3% lower than forecast, 3 spot 2%. 5-year inflation final 3%, 3% lower than forecast, 3 spot 1%. Expectations final 69 spot 6, 69 spot 6, higher than forecast 68. Conditions final 65
Into
spot
our
9,
overnight high and
65
immediate
spot 9,
rejection.
higher than forecast 64.
Let me actually adjust this to fit with today's levels. It's just moved up a little bit. All we're looking for is the ability to build above our overnight high and make it supportive. Pullbacks, we look for our value high back into our PVC at 145.75, 149 area, or we look for a look over our 178s and a push and hold. For ES, we want to see the ability to be able to build over this 65 level, which
We
is
have
where
posted
our
the University
seller
of Michigan
POC
June
shifted.
final report on the feed for all those interested.
I'm not actually going to write anything on that one. It's obvious. And if we do that, we should be able to push into our overnight high up at 73s. If we can hold here. I seem to be missing both volume profiles on ES. What's going on here? All right. And they're back. into our overnight high here on ES off the hold of 65s. There it is. 73s on ES. I'd really like to see the Russell get back over. Get the program here. I think we watch for what is
So the
this?
S&P 500 strengthening after that release, currently up 0.47%.
186. We've got two areas on NQ that are very interesting for pullbacks. This stacked imbalance here from buyers pushing us up off of news. This is going to be an important area to keep an eye on any deeper pullbacks. Extend left. Nope. This green. We want to be aware of this 65 level. And then we want to be aware of this 186. These are our two levels if for extraordinary trend. 203s and then 185s. Looking for pullbacks to hold these areas for continuation up in a strong trend. I mean, it would be nice if we got a pullback. We don't need it, but it would be nice. Would be really good. For ES, we're just going to be looking for any pullback to be coming into our overnight high and that to hold, or we should just expect us to keep going up, right? If we don't need it, we'll go to 88s. So structurally wise, all we're watching for is dips. Eight minutes left on this candle, which is kind of an issue, but Russell has so much more room. If you are interested in ETFs, I will talk about this girl again because I think she's great. Yeah, it's news based. So just understand that. Yeah, so you seem too nice to be a boss at a restaurant. Not gonna lie. Oh, baby, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah,
The S&P 500 and Nasdaq hit record highs, last up around 0.8% each.
each big. Yeah, they're at 148. Probably double them today from 80s. Yikes. Need to see Russell be able to get over day open. So far rejecting still at sell side piece at POC at 76.5. If we can get above, just like on ES, we'll be looking for that push up into our overnight high. If this continues to hold, we're gonna have to look for our buy side liquidity here into 69.50 and look for a higher low bounce. But other than that, no real change. Slow grind up into our previous week value high at 62.72 and our 88 on ES. Just trying to build out nodes while also not fixing any of this poor structure that's below us. Just trend, trend, trend. Russell testing. Sell side POC, no. Have I taken anything? No. I have not. We have new 15s opening in 15 seconds. Just looking for this dip into 26-30 area on NQ. Back to POC, previous 15-minute candle. See if buy side's willing to show some aggression there, as well as ES coming back down into our overnight high. This is where we want to see if buyers are going to hold or if we need to fix this structure. Lots of liquidity at that 30 level on the DOM. See if it gets taken, and then if they go off sides or if we can sustain. Also just pulling back to our AVWAP and our value high here on NQ. So if buy side's not serious here, we expect us to keep going down probably to like 200. So really important to see some buy-side aggression here. Or again, just makes sense to fix some of this poor structure. See if we can get a bit of a hold. Gotta get over this offer at 35s. Still just watching ES into our overnight high and Russell into this green box. I think that that can help trigger a continuation up. If we don't see these things hold these areas, then we are going to expect another leg down back to PVZ on ES. That's 65 area. So really want to see this be able to build and then everything kind of get a bid as we push down into these. Want to look over 35s and then a bid to hold for NQ. Very tight range here, lower high. I am out one and will now leave a runner. If we can build a higher low and sustain, then I will add back into the position. So Sig, right there, are you just talking bottom of range back into current offer? Yeah, so I mean we're just trying to find the most reasonable area for a pullback, and we're referencing previous structure on ES and RTY, as well as our footprint on NQ to find the most reasonable entry. And then just that's that, right? Like we're just playing back into our offer that's back up here at 50s. And if we can build above, then we should be able to see a new high. If not, then we just have an inside candle off of a extraordinary mother bar, right? This is our most aggressive, our most aggressive buy side pullback that we could have possibly done without having to fix more structure for continuation. Just holding our anchored VWAP off of PVZ, as well as our previous resistance, and then going for continuation. A secondary entry on ES would have been on a rebid of 78.75, where the last offer was, yeah. 78.75. I don't know if there's really anything there. You could try, yeah, on the recovery of our AVWAP as well. But with a very tight stop. That's the thing, is like I don't know where you would put your stop there. Trying to think. I feel like your stop would have still had to been at the low at 75.50 if you were looking for that entry. Because you have that imbalanced that's there. What's the green box on RTY? I just put a green box where our PVZ levels are. So I just created a zone out of POC to value low. And that is the area that I was looking for buy side interaction at as we looked down into it. Because that is where value is being found. Just like this is sell side value up here, up at 80.70. This is buy side value down here at 71.10, this area below. So 35 offer flipped from right, it was resistance, so now it's our bid. Still need to make that same adjustment at 50s. 50 is where your offer is sitting. They're still attempting lower highs. If we flip back below it, I could see this getting a move like that, right? We lose this buyer that just absorbed down here, but yeah, I mean, not a ton to really talk about here. Just waiting it out. A minute left until new 15s. Still just an inside candle. Waiting for our reaction in 1 minute to let me know what I should be doing. New 15s opening. Watching our area that we're pushing into now, 35, seeing if our offer is now holding there for another leg down, or if we can recover it and make it supportive. Just flagging still, inside bar off of our mother bar, but we need to get through this and show that sellers do not want a continuation down, that we want to maintain. Pushing into 35s now. First look over, see if we can now bid and hold, or if offer holds and pushes us back down. Still maintaining lower highs. Need to build over that 50. Yeah, I agree. What is she doing? Freaking out. Still just rejecting 50s. Offer still just holding there. Good first risk off for shorts if you are shorting off of that 41 to 50 area into our low. Below this, we look for that dip down into the 200. Really keeping an eye on Russell as we come into our PVC high. If this loses momentum and NQ is already weak, right? That's when things can get a bit rough. for the overall market. So need to see that Russell continuation. Here's my volume profile. There it is. As soon as Russell got to value high, immediate rejection and a push down continuation on NQ. ES is now into our value high edge. We watch to see if we rotate this node or if we need to fill this LVN here. So we're watching for bids to step in and hold us for a higher low off of a, we're watching to see if this tail holds here, right? Or if we need to come down and fully fill this structure below us. Pushing into our ETH high on NQ and coming back down to our VWAP. I think just watching for reactions on the Russell into 76.5 is probably the move here, just to return to our POC and VWAP area. Watching our overnight high on ES. And we're coming back down into this buy side delta as well on footprint. So far, no reactions on ES or RTY. Need to see those if we want any sort of buy side push. Want to see a break of the lower highs and a recovery back into value. If we can't get back over our value high here, you need to be incredibly careful on ES because this is then our rejection point for our offer and continuation down. You feel that structure. You want to see, again, just like I have drawn on ES, that recovery of 75s and then a bit above for any sort of long idea, or this is just going to be a continuation down with sell side and control. We are below our value edge. New 15s in 30 seconds. If you are long off of this area, again, we need to see a breach back over 200s here, just like before, where we saw our bid. If the bid is offsides and the offer is now sitting here, then there's no change. We are still in a downtrend. New 15s opening now. Yes, attempting to rebid off that 75s. See if it can hold. A good area to now move stops to break even if you're playing off of that hold of 75s. Still need to breach the overall downtrend here. Just gonna put a channel on just to make that a bit more obvious for you all.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Fed monetary policy report.
Another rejection of our 200 level on NQ. Still failing to just get back over these buyers who are offsides. Offer is holding. No change as of yet. Into this buy side imbalance here. This is kind of your last ditch effort to see if we're going to be able to hold in this area. If our overnight highs on ETH and NQ go resistance, right, then we have issues. This is where I start to seriously consider looking at longs into our 130, 140 area. Our last time we saw a really active buyer. Sell side is in control, and offers have been holding across the board on ES and NQ from where previous bids were. We are now pushing down into an area of interest for me, doing a full value retrace on NQ. Got a ton of volume down into 130. Need to see a pushback over our overnight high on ES here. Now look at the zone just as we were looking at it as supportive before. This is now where you're watching for your offer to be holding. For upside potential, we need to be able to get back into this fixed range. So far, it has been our rejection point. When we are ready to go, we will see something like this happen where we are able to bid and go for continuation. We need to be able to start to build back into this upper distribution here. As of right now, we are still in that downtrend. This is why I put that regression channel on so that you could easily visualize it. This is now where we watch to see if our offer holds on the push back into value. If we can't get back over, it's an issue. We look for continuation down. Into our 30s now. Again, let's see if buy side's willing to show anything here. We push back in. If the Russell still wants to reach, right, we have room down. So the Russell can really help with this. The loss of momentum at the highs is what's triggered this. So we need to see if the Russell is able to maintain our higher lows off our AV up, or if we need to do a full range retrace. Getting a Russell push down. We've now almost fully retraced the news move back down to where our buying deltas were. So very important area here. See if sell side is going to aggressively push us back down to retrace the entire day. Again, sell side in control. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. No ability to break. One minute and 40 seconds until new 15s, and we have fully come back down to where our buy side value was. So this will be an interesting area as our new 15s come in to let us know if there is any chance of us to go back up. Yeah, your current range right now is 120 to 145 on NQ. It's the two lines that we have. This is a really important recovery of our value low here on NQ. If we can now hold, that's all you should be watching. Can this now maintain on a look back in? .30 seconds until new 15s. RTY still has a bit more room down to our value low. Yeah, it was rescheduled, but they didn't give a time. As far as I know. Retesting our value edge. Russell finally coming back down into our value edge off the rejection of the highs. This is our full rotation. Now that everything is back in order, ES, NQ, and RTY now all kind of in a similar place. This is where we start to watch if there's going to be a break below and hold, or if we can rotate back up again. Rotations up would allow for a bit of lift on ES and NQ. If this does hold and we do hold our break of value, then we expect a continuation down, right? So just a really important area to let us know. This is ES into POC at 59s. And just as before, we'll watch the 120 to 131 now on NQ as our offer point on any sort of relief bounce in. Need to see if these buyers are now off sides and if sellers are going to continue us down. It's been the exact same pattern for the last 4 different rotations as we push down. Guys, this might be, I really want to stress this. Put a regression channel on current price action and let me know if a long makes sense where you're currently looking. Like it should be very obvious. It's fine to do scalp longs in a counter trend, but like be realistic until you see the breach. Understand who's in control. And if is it better to just be looking for retests of our resistance and then looking to short? Or is it better to be taking small scalps while we're still in downtrend, right? It's up to you, but understand get your expectations in order. Like your PTs should always be into where we're expecting sell side to reoffer. Just like if you were looking at longs, your PTs are always going to be in where previous resistance was. It's your first PT on shorts. If you did short off of 120, start reoffer of our previous buyers. Do I watch tape? A little bit, not much. Mostly just footprint and Dom. It's hard to do all three, to be honest. As we push back down into ES value low, I am going to be way less interested in shorts until we break below and hold our 30-second opening range. This is now like basically short targets across the board as we push down. Again, what did we talk about? Previous buyers, offsides, make where you're looking for your reoffer for short continuation down in trend. Russell failed to hold value and rejected where we thought buy side would be. It then becomes resistance. We get continuation down. Stop looking for longs if there's nothing that shows that we want longs. You're actually screwing yourself over so bad. ES into our 30-second opening range at 53s. This is where we start to get interested to see if buy side is willing to defend the open. If we push below our ETH low and show acceptance, then we can look for continuation down. Now, I think, is a fine opportunity to start to look to see if buy side can start to build here for our push up and a break of this trend. But before this, right, all we're watching for is our reoffers. Back to POC here off of our 30-second opening range. On ES, needs to be able to breach above and hold that 60, or that will be your target for a reoffer from the hold of 53s. New 15s opening here in 15 seconds. Great trade, Surf. Oh my god, I I haven't tried that one, but there's a ton of brands that do that now. The vodka seltzers, they're okay. I think it's probably like the best way to it's like the only way I drink these days if I go out to a bar is like those vodka seltzers. Doesn't feel terrible. Yeah, exactly. Like if I'm at a show or something, it's usually that. Just so that I don't feel horrible afterwards. And I'm drinking like multiple drinks. Do you like that brand? Right back up to our reoffer here into 120, 130. If you've taken any longs, this is your risk off. This is where we look for shorts again. This is where our short was. So watching to see if we get any continuation, if we can build where our previous sell was and make this supportive again for continuation up. Again, no shorts down here into these lows, understanding that this is our 30-second opening range. Now we are just rotating and chopping in this area. Need to show a willingness to continue higher. Really keeping an eye on the Russell as we come back into our halfway back and our value low, same as before. Offer can't get over, then it's probably more of the same, just a continuation down. If we can build above, then this gets interesting for a move back up to POC. So just really watching this area as we come back up and retest these sellers that allowed us to continue down there. Yep. Yeah, until we see like actual initiation to break us of our lower highs, you have to just treat this as what it is, which is trend. Yeah, risking off into our 30-second opening range low is what I am recommending. Every attempt in is just it's either you're looking to close longs or you're looking to for initiative buyers the bottom of our range. I'm not looking for any shorts other than into a re-offer area at the lows until we can break value low in our 30-second opening range and our previous day value high, right? There's just too much here. This is too noisy. So until I see a clear invalidation below these levels, I don't want anything to do with trying to short the bottom. Doesn't make any sense. So again, like the only thing that you're going off of is where were previous buyers and are we below them now? If the answer is yes, then that is where you're watching for sellers to initiate. And then you're trying to risk off into our previous buying value. Just move stops down more aggressively as we approach and chill in trend. $50 until new 15s. You are playing off our 30-second opening range high on NQ where we tagged and immediately bid. This is your first risk off into 100. You need to see a look above and the ability to build here off of this POC shift. Or expect sell side to be present. Great job, Tatum. Good listening. New 15's opening now. Yeah, it's very powerful. More days, some days more so than others, but like I've been really trying to talk about it a lot this week because it has been so actionable. And like when it's actionable, like you take advantage of new patterns, right? Like the market's moving in a particular way, then what are you going to do ignoring it? What advantage does that give you? Who won the debate last night? Can you call that a debate? Trump didn't answer a single question and lied through his teeth, and Biden couldn't form a coherent sentence. What's a debate about that? It's an embarrassment. Again, yeah, but it doesn't matter. The only thing people saw is that Biden couldn't speak and Trump could. So like Trump won. You didn't have to answer anything. He just won by default because Biden needs to retire. It's actually embarrassing. I think it's part of the issue, to be honest, Sweetness. There's way too much willingness to hold the party line and not question things. And it is clearly becoming a major issue. We have a convicted felon on one side, and we have a senile old man on the other because both parties are too afraid to actually speak up in their party and say something to that's disparaging against them. And so now you have these two candidates that clearly shouldn't be in the running that are because everyone else is too scared to make their party look weaker by having an opinion. It's incredibly gross. Thank God we don't have a dictatorship and that there are other people that actually run the country. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really trying to talk politics here, but I think my neutral stance there is agreeable.
So the EU warns its chip makers could lose market share in China. So the European Commission is raising concerns that its chip makers are at risk of losing substantial market share in China as Beijing hikes investment in the semiconductor industry and tries to achieve self sufficiency in critical technologies.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think like no matter what your party affiliation is, you should be embarrassed by your candidate. Like both sides are just so bad. They're so bad. I am being very careful as the Russell pushes back into our value here. If this rejects for a bear flag down into our value, right, we want to be very aware that we can have more sell side. Again, if we do this and we can't get over, we really need to see a recovery of our value here to be comfortable looking for more on ES and NQ. Russell wants to reject and continue to hold, then we have issues. Right, because ES and NQ are still within our value area on the day. Russell is the only one that has broken below and has not been able to recover anything. So if the trend continues here, then that is more weakness on the market. We watch for bids to continue to step in where our previous 15-minute close of our POCs are, right? We have lots of two-sided trading down here at this 100 level to like, I don't know, 85. But we expect two-sided trading here. We want to see dips get bought if we are seriously looking for higher lows. We should now be able to hold this blue box as supportive. We shouldn't have to look below. We need to get through this sell side absorption that's been up here over 30s. It is important. It is imperative even that we make this 30 to 40 area supportive on a push up. We know that the offer is sitting there. Use your brain. It is very clear. So stop trying to long it until we see it hold as supportive. Just like we're seeing buyers showing their hand and then sell side immediately on a look below, then holding that as our offer. We need to see buyers show their hand by looking above it and then showing it as a bid, right? Don't take longs into clear and known sellers until we can push above and then show an active bid stepping into them, just like we're seeing with sell side. Back up into our offer here, 120. Off of a hold of our 100s. You have a 20-point range right now. Need to show a supportive bid above, or it's more of the same. We got an immediate bid off of our blue zone and are now coming back up into our wick highs where we've seen sell side absorption over and over again. This makes for a great risk off if you are playing off of the blue zone that I talked about we needed to hold. Sounds like you like it. The scope of the series gets so much larger. It's very small so far in the first book, but Jesus does it the scope grow. Nice job, Dubs. A lot of that art that I was making in Tech Talk is like very based off of the Red Rising series. Like very heavily influenced by it. It just has such a cool aesthetic in the world. New 15's opening in 15 seconds. Sellers are now really attempting in the middle of the range to lower the offer. Still trapped here in the mid, of course, but I think if we push below 95 and then hold offer there, that this is more than likely going to break down for a retest into our 30-second opening range. If sell side can actually get away with this. You see how we're just holding previous POC as resistance here on our offer from our previous candle? This is what we're really watching, this inflection here. And we're seeing these deltas from the previous candle at the low, right below, right, at 100s. So if we hold this offer here, this is how I'm viewing it, is we're holding the offer in the middle of the range off of an aggressive sell at the highs. We are failing now to get back above the mid, right, back over the POC from the previous candle. And we see that there's some aggressive sell side deltas below us, and then there's even more underneath that. So for me, this is kind of our line in the sand here, where if we see an offer dip below and then hold this, you can see a bit of excitement to retest these lows back into our 30-second opening range. So we want to be very careful if we continue to see this as a rejection point where we're holding that offer that's lowering down, because we're no longer needing to do full rotations, right? It's a lower high, and it's a lower high with a footprint as well, right? Very clear level in the sand here. But if we can bid above, right, like there's no change, and then we're still just watching for us to be able to hold where our previous sells were as buy side. But this is a potential shift that we're seeing occurring in real time right now. Longs on NQ. I'm flat right now, Jake. I was long. I am flat. Just trading the range. I'm really not interested in this area until I see us recover. And we actually see some excitement from a side. So like those guys just got punished on sell side, and we can see that very clearly. We're now back up, and we were able to get through them. Now just back up to the original offer. So now that level will be an interesting area to look for a rebid at 113 if we do come back down for buyers to now
In 10
try
minutes'
to
time
hold
now,
the
at
middle
the
of the
top
range
the
for a
hour,
higher
Peds
low.
Bowman is due to participate in a moderated conversation. No text is expected. There will be a Q&A.
Until we see someone like actually willing and able to hold a higher low or a lower high, right? Like we're just going to get more of the same, which is this volatile chop. But as soon as we can see someone get actually able to sustain and build, that'll be a really great sign of a potential break. So here's our retest into 113s, see if buy side can hold where previous sellers just failed. And that doesn't mean you have to take 113, but it does mean that you should be thinking of that as a more actionable area now to be like, oh, okay, we're seeing a bid willing to step in, was able to get through this absorption, and now is willing to bid where previous sellers were. It's a good sign that when we do, if we do break out, like this is now seeing active buyers willing to step up to the plate, right? If this continues to just kind of like turn into a drop zone and both sides are going off sides, we don't want anything to do with it still because it's still just the range. But we're building up our checklist now of like, oh, okay, well, we have a level. We're seeing people initiating at a different spot compared to where they were before. And now our value is kind of shifting, right? We don't need to come back up to the high and the low of the range. If our offer is shifting, we can now wait for someone to be off sides. And when we do come back into the high or the low of the range, it'll be a much more aggressive reaction because now you have people that are trapped in the mid. Russell's still just rejecting value, by the way. There's no change there. I probably could have held my long because I was in at the 30-second opening range and to 78s, 80. But I just, like, what am I going to sit in this position for another 2 hours? It can't be me. Could not be me. Just giving back like 20 points over and over again. Felt bad. This was me just giving up. Get me out of here.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Fed's Bowman is due to participate in an event. With no text expected, there will be a Q&A though. Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bowman.
New 15s here, opening now. Only shift that we're seeing is from the Russell, retesting our PVZ value here at value low. Watching to see what happens in new 15s, if we can break and push back up. Might help lead our NQ and ES out of here. If this rejects, we're going to be looking for a failure below our value low and retest for confirmation. If it's able to push up, then it's just coming back up to our node structure above. Either bid's now able to maintain value low as supportive, right? Or we look for that rejection below it. May actually just mark that as a line. A little bit more objective. And again, like if value holds, we're just watching for the ability to build. First target is always VWAP, second target is always POC on the looks above. So US May manufacturing output has been revised to 0.6% from 0.9%, and capacity utilization revised to 78.2% from 78.7% as the Fed releases its annual revisions for industrial production and capacity utilization. Coming into our retest here on the Russell for our decision, 68.9. Seeing another poll from France in politics here is Macron's group seen having 20% in this poll, Le Pen's group seeing 34%. Our value retest on RTY, NQ bottom of range. Yes, coming back down into our previous high here and 30-second opening range high. So can buyers now sustain back inside of value where sell side used to be? Or do we push below and then does the offer get more aggressive on a push down? That is the question. If you are shorting, right, the more aggressive shorts, right, like this is where you need to start moving your stops down more aggressively. Sorry, as we approach into our 30-second opening range, we look for buy side liquidity to be present here, and until we can push below previous day value high and make it resistance, right, we just consider this as a local low. Same thing for NQ. You need to see a push below this or expect buy side pressure to kind of be here. And so you don't need to close your shorts, but you do need to be more aggressive with the stops, acknowledging that this is where that pressure is until we are able to push below. Russell is able to look below. Now we're watching for that reoffer at 68.9 or that continuation down if it is going to happen. So far, immediate bids off our 30-second opening range. Again, just be a bit more aggressive with your stops to secure gains. It's fine to stay in runners in trend, right? But we need to acknowledge that until we lose the open, that this has a lot of potential to be the low. NQ into a previous day value high here and our 30-second opening range. See if bids can maintain or if this will go offer at 75s for that rotation down into previous day POC and our 30-second opening range low. That is kind of the play here, is either we see a bid step in to hold this and look up, or previous day value high will become resistance for that rotation back down to the low of the range. Russell leading us down, coming back down into our basing here. It's a good first risk up if you did take a short off of that. Now that we are back to our basing, it's always going to be your first PT. Watch our reoffer into previous day value high here at this 70 to 75 on NQ. Expect offer to be sitting there if sell side is serious. If we bid back up, I fully expect our 30-second opening range to just become supportive again at the highs. Want to see a strong rejection here if sell side is serious to continue us down. ES into our 30-second opening range low. We've now fully done that retrace. Pushing into target now on NQ, move your stops more aggressively. Previous day POC off the rejection and previous day value high. Let's see if buy side has any actionability down here into the lows, or if this will go offer on a look and pierce below. As long as the Russell is continuing down, there's still that objective pressure, right? But we need to make sure now that NQ can get below 30-second opening range low and actually hold it as resistance, or we are just going to maintain previous day's balance. Same thing with ES. We expect dips to be bought here and push back through if we're going to continue to just rotate in this balance. If we can break below previous day value high, we'll watch for the same reaction we just saw on NQ, where this will go offer and we will retest it, and then we can play down to previous day POC. You see how that is where our VPOC is? So if we can get this pressure and the push below, we can then play this as a rotation. Until then, we are just being safe. Russell is now double bottoming potentially here, so this is your secondary risk off. We watch to see our reaction here, as this is our full rotation potentially. I have no intention of taking a short at previous day value high on ES as a supportive level until we see a look below and a hold. Shorts from higher is perfectly fine, but now to me this is either looking for longs or risking off shorts with our tighter stops. Personally, you do whatever you want. New 15s opening here in 15 seconds. So far, holding our 30-second opening range low. This is your first PT if you are playing off 30-second range low into our opening range mid. We should be looking for value high as our secondary target if we're going to get more. First target here on NQ, if you are playing lows into 2025. Personally, I'm flat. I'm going to be watching for that reoffer of ES previous day value and then a push down into previous day POC if we're going to get continuation. Again, something like this. Do our 2025 on NQ. Bit more room on ES into previous day POC at 41s. Watching our reaction at overnight low on the Russell to let us know if we're going to get continuation down or not. Watching our reoffer. Testing now, value low and previous day value high on ES. See if sell side can hold 47s for that last leg down, or if we're going to break back into our opening balance. NQ retesting value edge. See if it can build a higher low. ES no movement. Into our 30-second opening range low here. See if offer is able to sustain or if we can build back up. Just watch this 45 to 50 to see if a bid is able to maintain for more upside. If not, then this is all that we get.
Fed's Bowman says there doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite in Congress for a central bank digital currency. So again, doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite in Congress for a central bank
Retesting
digital currency.
50s, see if offer is holding or if we can push over and actually bid. Russell, yes, still maintaining. Offer still just holding this 50-55. Need to see it become supportive. If we can make 50-55 supportive, I fully expect us to go to 75 on NQ. Still just holding the offer here. Want to see this 30-second opening range low hold his bid for any sort of that push up through the range. If buy side doesn't show initiation, then it's just like initiative, sorry. Then it's just gonna be more of the same where we're just holding our offer point, right? Just look left. Want to see this node become supportive. As of right now, all we're doing is hitting our head on it. Which is fine if you're in a runner from the recovery of value, but it makes it very difficult for an initial entry here until we see that confirmation above. You have to have a very tight stop and be willing to put on some risk just on the recovery and hold higher lows. Yes, exactly. If we don't bounce this, then it's just trading at previous day value. I'm at 1 here. We push into 62, our opening range mid. And then I'll just be leaving the rest for 75s for stopping me out. At 1 more here into previous day value high. The 70-75 edge. It's target. Leaving 1 runner now. If we can build back above, then I would just look to play the range rotation above us. 75 is becoming supportive. I'm really careful here because it's previous day value high or 30-second opening range high, and it's also Russell retesting value low. So we've generally seen pretty strong reactions at our value retests on the Russell off of large moves up. So this is our rotational high off of our reversion signal, stack signal, and us holding our ETH low. This is first target into our value, right? So you need to be aware that this is the ideal offer position for the Russell to reject. And a loss of momentum, right, as we push back up into this blue zone equals less movement on NQ and ES, right? So it's just a good area to risk off and move sites stops a bit tighter. There's your 75 test.
in 10 minutes time now at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from San Francisco Fed President Daly, speaking in a moderated discussion on the impact of AI on businesses and the workforce. There's no text expected from Fed's Daily, but there is a Q&A in just under 10 minutes time now.
Good job, Cass. New 15's just opened. Looking over our 75, see if we can now bid and maintain, or if this will continue to remain our offer. Russell still holding value low as resistance. Yes, middle of our opening range. I'd ideally like to see our ETH low now hold as supportive on NQ. I wouldn't want a full rotation back down. It's fine if it does it, but it's just way less bullish. Holding our ORM and our ETH low, this node that we built out would be ideal. If we see weakness into this, then all of a sudden this is all that we have, right? So what we're looking for here is the ability to bid and then push and then start to bid above our previous day value high for that continuation up. If this doesn't hold, then it's a lower high with our previous day value high being our rejection point, and then we're looking for full rotations back down to previous day POC from this. Yeah, it is. You don't need the 15-minute candle tool because it's built into Patty, Mickey. That's what this box is right here. Yeah, Patty. I'm on a 15-second chart with the halfway back on. You see?
Hello.
Yo.
What is up?
You know.
Finally some movement.
Yeah. Trend in both directions.
What's up, Tatum? And Cass. See if we can actually hold this like 45-50 area on ES now. What do we think? Send me to the moon.
Is just to clarify, when you say the moon, is it day or night outside for you?
Well, both. Actually, right now,
Is the moon on the other side of the Earth, or is it, you know,
the
on
moon
your
is
side of the
at
Earth? You know?
5600
Oh,
ES.
got it.
That's where the moon is.
Got it.
Maybe 5630, but we'll figure that out on Monday. You know.
Yep.
I can see outside right now, but it's dark.
Got it.
Some call that rain, but I just call it scary. Just a little nervous, you know.
Sorry, ES value low retest here and overnight low, as well as our previous day value high. We'd want to see bids be able to step in here. Any looks below, we now have to look at this as a very aggressive reoffer potential point. At 47s.
The Dabber show? Well, I mean, we either get stuck here or else we don't. Yeah, that's gonna be the show today.
Until we recover 50s, to me, this is just where the offer sits. Just the 30-second opening range low, right? We now watch to see if our offer holds our 30-second range lows on both, or if we can recover them for the rotations back up again.
In 5 minutes' time now, at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, San Francisco Fed President Daly is due to speak in a moderated discussion on the impact of AI on business and the workforce. No text is expected. There will be a Q&A though.
I just want to point out again the importance of the Russell value pivot on the loss of momentum. Something that I've now mentioned multiple times today, but like understanding where that pivot is and where we should be looking to expect that loss of momentum is how I'm deriving my PT on NQ, right? We're risking off into known areas of resistance where we know that the market is going to either slow down or have a bit of relief, right? Where like we're going to retrace some of the movement. And this is why we sold into 75s, right? We're waiting now to see if the Russell can hold a higher low at our 50-minute halfway back here. If we can, right, we can get a bid, and then we should have an understanding if this is going to continue down or not based off of can NQ and ES get back into our 30-second opening range low, or is this now like hard resistance? So if you are short, this is a great first risk off into our value. And now you just want to be much more aggressive, much tighter with your stops, either break even at previous day value in our 30-second opening range lows, right? Or just closing. Again, until we can recover it, it's the offer. If I go to a smaller time frame, I feel like it's a bit easier to see what I'm talking about, just for the sake of the example. Get all of our drawings messy.
This cleans up yesterday's POC on ES through 40 here.
Watching 006 on NQ just as yesterday. So our previous day value low, as well as our 30-second opening range from yesterday, where we continued to find buy side. So if they don't want to initiate there, right, that's a problem for us. If this low from yesterday, the zone, doesn't want to hold.
Fed's Bowman says we have strong employment but haven't quite reached our inflation goal. Now keep in mind
Previous
as
day
well,
value
we're
low
shortly
test now.
expecting comments from Fed's Daily event due to start in just under 1 minute's time now.
Great area to get a bit tighter on your stops.
Bowman
On
adds that we will
shorts.
continue to work toward the Fed's inflation goal on our pace.
Just as yesterday, this 06 to 20 is now your zone. With any dips, we're looking to be bought into 89s on NQ. Looks below 89, and then a hold is going to offer a lot more continuation potential for NQ. Russell back into our ETH low here.
Liquidity was shown on the bid there on ES was like instantly taken.
Here's our 98s. Now you're in your range from 98 to 006. Russell still pushing down. If we now reject our ETH low, we expect continuation across the board. Sorry, 89s. Is that not what I said? My bad. We're looking for the same reactions as before, where we get our dip and look back in for a test of previous day value low. And then from here, it's either this is resistance where we now are rejecting yesterday's value, or we just get our continuation down, right? Like this becomes supportive again, and then we come back up through the range. So for me, this is just like get way tighter with my stops on shorts. And then we start to see if buy side's willing to absorb here again or not. Previous day value low test here at our 006. See if our offer holds or if we can get back up. Again, if the bid is able to show itself, then I think that we just come back up to our 2025. Two 15s. Stuck between our 006 and our 2025 as of right now. Bid is holding. Need to see if we can get over this. Great
Feel
first
like
risk
we'll get
off. Yeah.
Zero tick here into these value lows. I think they'll do it.
Inzor 20. Offer still holding there.
There is enough volume on this push down to put some nodes in here, guys. So if you can look through LVN, should know what to do. Has value low at LVN as well. Rejection, and you should know what to do as well. You should write it down for class for the next couple weeks.
We watch to see if the offer is now holding that previous state value low. Russell lost momentum, which allows the market to push down again. Testing our 06 offer. Can we build above? Or is sell side going to step in? ES still just, Russell still just rotating takes around our overnight low. No confirmation yet, either direction. Later, Cass.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we expect the results of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, the prior was 485. Total rigs, the prior 588.
What am I looking for an NQ here? I mean, we're in the range from yesterday, which is just 89s to 2025. So a break and hold on either side of that would be what we're looking for direction. Same thing with the Russell. Russell needs to break out of this range, and then it'll give us an idea of where we're headed momentum-wise. As of right now, it's just a bear flag, but we are maintaining higher lows, but holding our offer. So it's like a scalp long or looking for continuation down on the higher time frame. It's just what are you willing to do? If you're willing to bid, right, in this range, like your risk off is in 2025, just as before. If not, then you're just looking to stay short with trend. It is really, what are you willing to put risk on wise here? I played off of 89s into 20s, and I haven't touched it since.
Did you catch it all, Gav? Top to bottom? I heard you did. I like the way you're thinking, man. That's just his warm-up serve.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the results of the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers for the week. Oil rigs, the prior was 485. Total rigs, the prior was 588.
Big Dogs Run Club. Huge.
From what I know about the clubs Gav is in, I'm going to avoid all of them. And that's going to be my statement. Thanks, Varg. It took me a while, but I got there. Well, I don't know about that. Gav, do you think the everything sauce would make a good tuna salad? Watching this Russell low of range test quite closely here. Just under 2 minutes till new 15's turn of hour. That is, I'm offended, Tom. Don't you ever say that again.
Isn't it like 90% mayo?
Yes. NQ looking through LVN here. RTY responsive off range low. Want to see a 45 test ES.
Up sauce.
Dubs.
Shortly expecting the results of the Baker Hughes rig count.
Do not promote racial aggression in chat. It's uncalled for.
Ah, nice.
See, why can't we be more like Sauce? Huh? Why don't we have to attack Mario? Instead we can support the dogs, you know?
Look how happy she is.
Because it is Rory.
Oh.
Here's your turn of hour, new 15s. One tick short of 45 there, ES. NQ up into 15-minute ORL through LVN there. And range high Russell, full oscillation. I could not talk for a second.
Holding our inside candle on the 15. Just keep that in mind, boys. We need to see pretty strong reactions off of previous
Two
POCs if
Baker
we want
Hughes total
continuation.
rig counts 581, 581. Still waiting for the oil rig counts. And oil rig counts 479, 479.
Really keeping an eye on this like 14-15 area on NQ. Sorry, like 12 to 15 is all I'm really watching here. Like either buy side's able to hold the higher lows, or that's kind of just seems like that's all we've got.
So you have Russell. What's a lower low in here?
Yeah, that's the concerning part. Especially with ES just coming back up to our previous buyers and then meeting sell side just immediately.
Is it Caesar time? That doesn't look bad, because even for a neutral trade. Exactly.
You heard me, Kiz.
Yeah, but did he understand? You know?
Okay, bud.
And just like that, Kiz is on timeout. I don't support him, Varg.
Like, why? Why?
I actually.
Why?
Oh,
Why?
man.
Why? No.
We
No.
were doing so well, and now we're
No.
doing so poor. All it took was 15 minutes of range, and
No.
everyone's just off their rocker all of a sudden.
Still just holding our inside bar here, stuck between these two POC ranges. Again, just this blue zone below us, and then this reoffer into our POC above at 39. So really, like, can we break and can we start to build and get some excitement over the body of this candle and back above, again, this like 39 bid? Or is this going to continue to just range between these two levels? I'm really not interested for looking for more until we see a breach on either side, or this is just range bound between these buyers and this seller. Russell still flat. We're waiting on a decision there. ES coming into previous week POC and our reoffer from the aggressive sell down that we had. Into our 50s, 30-second opening range low. On both ES and NQ. Can we get back in for the rotation of the range is the question. I mean, it's worth it if you haven't played it, kids. Great game. Same as before, guys. You're either looking for this, shit, what was it before? We're looking for our 45 to 50 becoming supportive for a push into 62s and then 75s for the full 30-second opening range retrace. Until we get over 75s and hold a bid, we're kind of stuck here. Any looks below previous day POC, right, at that 45 level, and then offer is going to just revert back down into these lows. Really want to see us be able to start to build here at day open if we're going to continue on with this push up. Just as before, I would just keep an eye on the Russell. As long as the Russell is maintaining momentum, it seems like we have the ability to continue pushing up. If we start to lose that momentum, right, that's when things go to shit. So what are we looking at for an inflection point on RTY? Well, we've got value low at 67.6 above us. But for me, I think this edge at 66.2 is going to be more important. Let us know. Our HVE. Watching this area now. You're really concerned with me not having a car.
Dubs just thinks you aren't cool because you don't have a Lambo.
True.
I do structure my life to impress Dubs, so I understand how it can be difficult.
A Bugatti. Let me look at this.
I'm here at the newly in Croatia. This facility has cost around
Fed's Daily says the labour market is extremely strong, even with slowing.
and various other bits and pieces, including loads and loads of battery tech for various manufacturers.
Do I trust
the founder of
having a Bugatti that's fully self like
No,
seems
you
seems
don't.
like a lot.
A new concept, a new car that you have created, which is not a hypercar. It's not even a car you drive yourself. It's driverless, and we're going to find out a bit about it. I'm going to show you around its exterior. That is quite different to what I was.
Keeping your eyes here for underlying check-in. Microsoft value high,
I'll ask some very
as well as Apple coming into range high.
people just for fun are going to have some
2,000
coming towards value
horsepower.
low.
Holy.
Right, so you're going to come to the UK what year?
27, maybe 28.
But before we see the car, I need to ask Matty.
2 seats and an Xbox. Big.
Create a viable robo-taxi and beat competitors such as Amazon, Tesla, Nvidia to make it viable and a proper usable car for the masses.
Well, my previous job was high school. I started with a E30 that was 4 years older than me, converting it into an electric car. And today, the Nevera is the fastest electric road car in the world. We are making technology and batteries for many car companies. They all come to us. I had absolutely no right to do any of that. In Croatia, where there was no car industry, I was a 20-year-old guy when I started.
Oh, it's only 200. Okay, sorry. I'm reading the description. He's talking about a different car. So this one is a 200 horsepower.
Tesla hasn't unveiled theirs yet, so it seems that you're ahead. Do you think you might be able to deliver it to market before then?
So what was really important for us was we want to come very far before we show anything. So we had our first prototypes, right?
The obstacles around the car, is that correct?
For instance, at which the average driver
Rejected our 62s on NQ and are now pushing back down into that 50 edge. See if 50s can hold as support.
if it's necessary.
Very similar action as the last time we were in here, where we did this maneuver. Rejected 62s and then pushed back down into our 50s. 50s then went offer, and then we got our rotation down. So just keep that in mind. Really need to see a strong bid willing to hold. Russell momentum is still there. I'm looking at potentially one more leg up into that HVE. We can continue to flag here. The front of this car is so ugly, man. What is this?
Also needs to stand out in a certain way and be timeless. You will not buy this car. This car will be in your city for a very long time. We imagine this always to be like a spaceship.
What is this?
Landed on a 70s sports car.
Don't you think people, just for fun, are going to have sex in it a lot? Night out, bundle into here, no driver to keep the marble, should be a walk in the park.
Nah, man.
All the autonomous driving technology.
The side profile's alright.
Even Tesla is struggling to get
Yeah, that is something.
the biggest car makers on the planet. So how is Vern
Certain way. And
Like, I can see what they were trying, but that front window is just not the move. It's just destroying the whole front of the car. Like, I don't mind the silhouette itself if they redesigned the front a bit.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
New 15s just opened. We're still rejecting our 63s here, 62s, whatever you want to call them. It's just a 30-second opening range mid. ES trying to recover and start to bid above our ETH low. That's now holding, right? We just want to see this previous day value high. I'm going to just zoom in here. This is where we are. We're holding previous day value high as supportive and our ETH low as supportive on ES. We are trying to build above this 48 for the rotation through. We really want to see bids continue to maintain here, because if they don't,
93
right,
counterparties
this then
take
fills this LVN low.
$664.57 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo Operation.
Really, really keeping my eye on this Russell. Again, this is that secondary leg up that we were just talking about. I need to see how we react into this HVE at 65.8. Because, like, I'd probably actually fit in that car, but does it have to look that ugly? You know what I mean? Like, can we have both? It's like the Kia Soul. Like, I fit perfectly into a Kia Soul, but do I really have to drive around in a box?
The answer is yes.
All right.
Have fun.
I guess I'm waiting for, like, Land Rovers to get full self-driving. There's no way it's not pepperoni. Yeah, 70% makes sense.
It's like they turned off trade into ES for a second there. Holy cows.
I feel like they missed the point on why the Volkswagen bus was so iconic. Like, they, like, completely, the designers just don't understand.
I think that's a true statement.
Like, look at those next to each other. Like, what do you... Russell is moving in slow motion at these highs. Jesus.
Yeah, so is ES. New low Dixie, kind of interesting.
I'm not. I don't hate that. I don't like that card's design, but I think it's a better looking bug, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think they did a bad job, but I still just don't like bugs.
You can tell they almost wanted it to look like a Porsche.
Yeah, yes.
Like they're trying to upclass it.
Yes. Like, I think they did a decent job making it modern while still respecting the original. But I don't know. Those cars are so small.
Yeah, like 48 or
Got our rejection on RTY. NQ still just kind of holding here. Looks like we want that push into 75s. Watching what happens on Russell into this potential double bottom. If we lose this, we lose the higher low. Very important that Russell maintains, or we can start that momentum down with NQ and ES not really getting any movement with Russell weakness. If we get the break, then we expect the movement from NQ and ES. Again, like I really don't care about this price action for longs until we can get over 75 and actually start to like bid and hold up there. This is just a retest of that like 3-bar structure that sent us down. Like if we look on NQ, you see what I mean? It's just retesting this guy, the highs here. Disney sub 100. Oof.
Yeah, it's brutal out there. Did you watch the new Star Wars at all?
I watched the first episode and then stopped.
Okay.
They killed Trinity in the first episode in like the first 10 minutes. And they advertised her like that she was like the main character almost in every commercial.
Yeah.
I was just like, what is this? And she also got like wrecked by like I just the fights were bad. I just don't they're not respectable.
Did they release the whole season? Or is it
No.
like okay?
Episodic.
I will probably wait and actually give it a shot, and I'm guessing I'll get as from what I've read, I'll get as far through as you did.
Yeah. It just like doesn't make sense. Like I don't like I love the Star Wars universe. I thought
Yeah, well, that's my thing too.
Yeah.
Or like if it's not like quote unquote like on brand or what I expect in terms of the universe and like those interactions, I don't
Oh.
care.
I still think Andor is the best thing that they've ever released. Like Mandalorian season 1 was great, Andor was great. Everything else has been pretty bad. Like I think if you didn't even know like Andor was in the Star Wars universe, it's still a great show.
Yes, agreed.
Getting our full breakdown off of the Russell rejection, just as we suspected. There's nothing new here. Again, just Russell weakness into our highs results in sell. We now watch our previous day POC and our 30-second ORL here. So like this 45.50 is our strong offer point for NQ if sell side is serious to continue us down. Right, something like this for that push. Yeah. We're just waiting to see if Russell makes a new low and can hold it. So I think watching our overnight low here on RTY will be important to let us know if there's going to be more or if we're just kind of going to triple bottom here. Yeah, Ashoka felt very similar, where it just like didn't feel great. Yeah, they like the way that they made lightsabers work, like just that doesn't make sense. Like all of a sudden, like Jedi can like get beat up by getting punched and can survive, and like enemies can survive getting stabbed with lightsabers. Like it just,
It's- Tis but a flesh wound.
yeah, like it just, I'm over it. This Russell rejection is really important for that continuation down idea from our overnight low. Disney died in COVID. Yeah, it was really hard with the theme park narrative. Made sense. Star Wars is another one of those universes, just like in Marvel, where like they have so much source material to work with all of the books and all of the comics and like so much media that's been made already, and they like refuse to use it, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah. Well, especially Star Wars, like not even like if they want to go off like canon, there's so many Star Wars books that are like just kind of off, but still in the universe,
Yeah.
like the 90s and stuff, well, in early 2000s.
I mean, even if you just wanted to create like there is an MMO that has existed for the last like almost what, like 20
20
years,
years, yeah.
that has some of the greatest cinematics and some of like the greatest lore that's ever been put into like the Star Wars universe, and they refuse to use any of it. It drives me crazy. Yeah, like check these out. Like this is fantastic. Like this is how fighting should be, and they refuse to do it. I mean, we could probably say that if previous day value high doesn't hold, but it just seems like we're reverting down to there at what, like 54.5? Everything else has already done that. You'd think that like the Russell is actually holding up better than ES and NQ, Gav. It feels worse, but we're still holding previous day value here. Whereas like NQ and ES are below previous day value. So it actually still has potentially one more leg down just to even catch up with ES and NQ technically structurally wise. It just makes sense for like if we do come down into that area for the rest of the market to kind of be now in sync, right? Because now we have everything kind of reverting back to those areas, previous day value and holding. Like we're still just holding previous day value on ES and NQ, and so like it's fine. We're just in this balance still. Everything's remaining true of like the same ideas as yesterday. But like waiting for the Russell to figure out what it wants to do seems kind of key. Hmm.
Would you go to space for a balloon, Gav? Nice.
So far, just holding our previous POC off the last 15-minute candle at 40s. As long as that offer is holding, we expect continuation down. It is a very slow grind. And yeah, jeez. Still just kind of waiting for RTY to get the target down into previous day value. Pretty gross. The reason why I'm referencing it is if you look left, something that you can do on the higher time frame to just give you an understanding is, do you see how we're holding previous POC here as resistance on retest? And do you see how we're doing we're doing it again here? So like we have a trend and we have levels to actually work with. It's just the action is so slow intrabar that it feels disgusting. But like we are respecting these lower highs quite well. It just is going to be very choppy as slow as this is. There's going to be lots of like intrabar volatility. Which makes it feel awful to be in a position. Another failed attempt to breach and hold above. Again, just no change, just slow grind.
Stock indexes turn negative. S&P 500 down 0.1%, the Nasdaq down 0.41%, and the Dow down 0.2%.
Yes, a little lift off value low here through tiny imbalance. That's all I got. See if Russell can get back up over 60.
Mhm.
Another test here on the Russell. See if we can hold over 60 ES. On top of the most immediate range. Definitely look back up into 50. We understand this has been our pivot.
I would really like to see buy side be able to maintain 60 if we were going to get through this absorption into 75s. New 15's opening now. I would like to see some sort of shift where we're making this supportive and look over. We're going to get up higher. This is the Russell retesting our overnight low where we rejected last time. So it's a good indication if we are going to push or not if the Russell doesn't reject here. If it does reject, right, like nothing has changed. We're still just stuck here at this absorption at 70.75. So really keeping an eye on these buying deltas that are at this like 58.62 area on NQ. If they're serious, right, they'll maintain. If not, then it's the same range as before. Watching our reoffer now, see if the offer is moved down, see if the 62.58 is holding as resistance. If buy side can't push back through, then again, like this is where the only buyers were on this candle that like mattered to me. If they have no interest, then I don't either. Pushing back down into our 30-second opening range low off the rejection of that 58 to 62. Offer held. This is your first PT if you are playing off of that loss of that buyer. Out one more here.
So it'll be pretty important liquidity grab on ES, I think.
Moving stops down a bit more aggressive. It's like the first thing that I seemed actionable in a while. Jesus Christ.
At least in the last like half hour, 45.
I have one left. Let's see if I can do anything with it. Oh, sorry, let me adjust charts. My bad. The reason why I exited into that is it's previous day value low, so that's it makes sense to take some risk off into that. But we can see some continuation down if we can push below previous day value low and start to make it resistance. It's just it gets a bit iffy down here. Same thing on ES where previous day value low is here, and it's our reversion box, so it just makes for a good area to start to risk off shorts because it's a known area of value. I think we now just watch this sell side imbalance above. Right here. See if sell side can hold this LVN that we just created for a more aggressive push down, or if that's all we get.
So Fitch affirms Amazon at AA minus, outlook stable.
AA minus.
Looks stable.
Oh yeah. Imbalance filled. See if this 33 can hold, or if we push back up. Russell still rejecting our overnight low. No change. Now that's a lotto. These just came on SPY. They are thinking that we hold previous day value low. It's my guess. And that we come back up from this. I have no idea. We'll see. I'm holding a runner short, but I see what they're doing there. Minute until new 15s, boys. Surely one of those will pay, right, kids? New 15s. Coming back into where we took profit initially. Previous day value low, previous week value low on NQ. It's just our pivot. ES still has a bit more room if it wants to test that into 32.5. Russell, again, held overnight low, no change. Just coming back down to our node here. Until we see previous day value lows go as resistance, you should kind of respect these as take profit areas where you want to be moving your stops down a bit more aggressively. Just understanding that either value is going to remain the same or we'll see a shift of value where again they will become resistant on a reoffer and we will have then expansion, right? The ability to then kind of like continue down. But until then, like this is where value was found last time.
So seeing NYMEX WTI crude August futures settling at $81.54 a barrel, which is down 20 cents or 0.24% on the session. Gasoline July futures settled at $2.53. Diesel July futures $2.51, and nat gas August futures at $2.60.
I'm sorry if it was too quick for people to take advantage of what I was talking about there, but it was the only thing that I saw after staring at this chart for an hour. So it seems like a few of you took advantage, but not everyone was able to. It is the issue with how slow we're moving. Like when we actually do see something that happens fast and then it's back to chop for another hour.
The best of the best.
I still just want Russell in the previous day value, man. That's all I want. I just want us to tag it so that we can figure out what we want to do. Just like get me down here, please. Just get me down there. So sick of like just teasing.
Big not into teasing confirmed. Huge developments on the day, boys and girls. There it is.
See, because the issue is now is like, do I just close this thing? Like, I don't know. Do I want to stay in this position for another 30 minutes sideways? Just gross, man. Put a stop. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I have a stop on. My stop is break even. But like, you know, I don't know. I just don't know if I care enough to stay in this position. Like, this can easily go up 30 points from here and it'd still be a valid short. Do I want to lose 30 points of potential of unrealized? Not really.
But you could.
Yeah. See, Surf's got ideas, man.
He's always got. He's the idea guy. Him and Flex, unstoppable.
I don't know. Surf, how do you feel about being in
They got the ideas.
the same category?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he gets it. Sometimes your enemy has to be your friend, you know?
It's the yin and yang of ideas.
Yes.
It's 35s for me is kind of the line in the sand, or we go up to 50s. Either this that sell side imbalance is able to hold just like we rejected last time here, or again, like I just fully expect us to come back up to retest our previous day POC, and where our POC is now currently resting just at that 30-second opening range low. I have a resting stop at 36. Either it wakes me out here or it doesn't. I'm gonna go grab water.
I mean, basically, ES and NQ both need to like reclaim 40, or else this is just a nothing burger.
Brent crude futures settled at $86.41 a barrel. That's up 2 cents or 0.02%.
Right.
You missed a whole lot of absolutely nothing. Wait, what is this? Do I want to know what this is?
It's Will Smith eating spaghetti.
Oh,
AI.
perfect. That's literally my favorite thing ever.
We're in trouble, man.
Hey, Uncle Phil, come try this. Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
So much better. Hmm. Yes, that is what it looked like before.
That was when it was the best. I don't
Yeah.
know if it can get better than that, to be honest, but
That was peak.
better is a construct.
That was when AI was in its Picasso era, right? Now we've got this like
True.
classical realism. We've lost all the
Yeah.
soul of AI, you know?
Yes. Or maybe it got a soul and
Yeah.
that was the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. This previous day value low here at 006 on NQ. See if this holds. Again, this was our opening range high from yesterday. It's on now just previous day value low. If 006 on NQ goes resistant, we come back down into that 89. That 89 is our inflection point to let us know if we have a shift for me personally. I don't think that this is a bad area to, start risking off longs, or sorry, shorts, and to move stops more aggressively. I think watch the overnight low on the Russell again on retest here, see if we reject again, or if it's able to pop. But yeah, I don't know. I am pretty clueless down here until we see that previous day value low go resistant. From there, we know that we can play the range down to 89s. If this rejects, just like the previous rotation we saw, we did this. You can scroll left. We looked below, we were able to bid, and then it became supportive. But until then, not a ton here. ES look below. Yeah, you'd want to see well, first of all, like 3250 is where you want your offer to be sitting now, for that rotation down to 2850. And then I think 25s is a great look, because if 25s has been a really nice pivot on ES. That's your ADR low, but it's also just been like a very nice level previously, 25 to 15 area. I'm out here. I don't need to capture the rest of it. I don't like this area. We'll see what happens, but that's that for me. Like, was it really worth me holding for another 30 minutes for an extra $100? I don't know. So stupid, man. You can just start to feel when it's gonna chop again. That's just like one of those situations where it's like you have to weigh, is it worth? And to me, it's so emotionally draining being in these trades, even on the right side of them. It's just like, yeah, I can't stand it. So I'd rather just like dip. Because I mean, like again, like like 4 minutes, and you're able to actualize the same amount of profits when you actually see something that's real, right? Now it's like, do I hold for continuation or not? And do I hold a runner for an hour? And then I'm kind of like locking myself in that position as well. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. Just get me down here, man. News? Yeah, I mean, I can walk you through what I was looking at now that I'm out. But what I talked about at the highs when we were there, and then this loss of. Sorry, I'm just drawing on the chart. Give me a sec. That looked like this stubs on our stream chart. Just so you have the 2 reference points. So what we saw, or what I was looking at here, Dubs, and anyone else, is that we could easily spot this absorption up at the highs here, and we saw that a buyer was attempting at basically the middle of the range to kind of hold a higher point. It's easier to see on the trade of 8 footprint chart there with those deltas and with our POC. So really just focusing in on this like 63 to 58 zone was what I was talking about, of where these deltas were. And I knew that if we didn't see strong buying reaction here and this flipped offer, that you now we're in a really bad position if you're a buyer, because we have buyers who are offside at the highs. We now have a buyer who attempted at a higher price and is now failed and is now underwater. So now we have 2 sets of like potential accelerant, where if we don't see some acceleration, I'm now looking for sell side to really take advantage of this. And now it's just playing on the re-offer of this zone. So seeing that if we can move down on the ladder and now defend this now makes for a very volatile area to trade off of, which is good for us for that side, because we have a very tight range of invalidation from 58 to 63. And we're just looking for that offer to hold and to kind of follow that narrative. And then you get that accelerant, right? That acceleration down with those guys offsides and then having to cover. That was kind of the idea. It's just like being able to find that absorption from earlier and then spotting the reoffer and then pushing down and playing that. And then validation level of staying in the trade was, we had an imbalance that was created from sell side here from 25 to 35. And it actually showed on our footprint as where these selling deltas were, and it created a stacked imbalance here. So as long as we were able to hold this structure on fill and then meet sell side again, I was fine staying into this position. So my stop was just at 36 right above, and we did maintain that. Risk off was into previous day value low at our 06 that we've been playing off of for the last 2 days. And that was the trade. So now you have an understanding. There was no news. Just punishing slow action and people getting chopped up where they shouldn't have been, and then being over leveraged, and then continuation down is the idea. No, I got you, but I figure I might as well have taken the opportunity to walk through. And just to add another thing I didn't even mention, we've had the Russell rejecting overnight low repeatedly, and that was every rotation that we've done. If you follow my mouse, you see that this is another rejection at a lower high on NQ, but an equal high into our overnight low on the Russell. So it's the Russell failing again and again and again to get over this overnight low. I talked about this yesterday or maybe the day before in right at market close, but like in the afternoon session, we've been finding like a very clear pivot on the Russell to play around for rotations. It's been very prevalent lately where like there is a level that the Russell just cannot get through, and it's been basically like the high of every rotation that we've done. And we see that a lot with either like our overnight low holding or a value low holding as a resistance, and we'll just kind of just chill in a box. But like every attempt into it has just been exhausted, and then we just see NQ and ES kind of like lose all steam. So finding that like this kind of level in the afternoon and just respecting it and playing around it has been really helpful for my trading, at least in the afternoon session, of just like staying not losing the plot, I guess is the best way to put it. And you can see like every attempt that we come into here, I'm just gonna highlight my mouse on RTY into the overnight low, but you can see on ES, like that's our local, we're still pushing down, like we're trending down on ES, but the Russell's maintaining our rotation, and every push into this overnight low is a lower high that's being put in on ES and NQ, right? Like it's literally the topping signal for momentum. So by like having something in that like that in your arsenal of like being able to find a pattern like that could be very helpful to let you know if there's a potential for more and where you just start to like kind of look for it. Just like how we use tick, right? Like into 1000 or negative 1000, right? Like it's an exhaustive signal for either side. And where the Russell, like when you can find areas like this where we start to see a lot of respect being put on like a pivot, then you might as well just play around it. Has their house account ever been positive? Like, does
Only
it?
on days where it doesn't make sense, to
Like,
be honest.
I don't get it. Every time you guys post it, they're down. Or maybe that's the only reason why you're posting it. You just don't screenshot when they're up.
I think that's like part of the allure too, where like they market to that like gambling mindset. You know what I mean? Because that's how the resets come in. Because even, I mean, I guess if you got offside this morning, but for the last like, I mean, 2-3 hours, like, there's no reason you should be down. You know what I mean? Like, if you're wrong, you're just wrong, or you should just not be in a trade. Like, and it's just, I don't understand the mindset.
Well, because surely we mean revert, and my trade goes back to break even, and I don't have to hold
Yes,
this.
true, 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 true. Forgot about that.
Yeah, and then what's crazy is that you won't take the break even. You'll let it go red again.
Yeah, no, if I get back to break even, then surely I was right in my initial thesis. I
Yeah.
will trade to my target. Like, I was not the liquidity. I've never been liquidity. That's Ty. Yeah, exactly, Dubs. You gotta figure it out.
what we are watching for now is previous day value lows to be resistance, guys. We want to see sell side acceptance below these levels on NQ and ES. Russell back down to bottom of range here. Another failure at overnight low, right? See if that weakness can continue to finally get us to previous day value high, which I've been waiting for 7 hours. Again, personally, I do not see a ton of great shorting opportunities unless you're just playing the scalp off of 06 down to 89 for NQ. I think if we lose 89 and then we show it as like a pretty hard resistance on a retest, then there's probably more. But I just took way too many longs yesterday down at this area for me to want to short it.
3 minutes till new 15s, guys. It's kind of grinding out.
This one is so good. Pushing into target now, 89. See if we get a look below and hold, or if bid continues to step in here and push us back up. I'm gonna delete pathing now that this is played out with previous day value low holding. That's your full rotation that I was looking for.
It's pretty good. It's almost as good as some of the old Reddit dumps, to be honest.
This is first PT if you're playing off of 89s into 006, previous day value low, retest. See if we can build above this 06 to 12. It's very similar. Again, no shorts for me until we see that push below. This has been the buy. You need to see the break of the lower highs though, and the ability to build. If you are just playing this range, this is where we expect offer to be. Want to see us be able to build up of this if we're doing continuation. Target 2 here into 12s. Again, need to see us be able to build and hold above this previous sell. Previous day value low on ES as well into that 32.5. Want to see us build above and hold if we were going to do anything.
Watching Microsoft at POC here, it's still the respected range all day as we've kind of drifted a little bit lower into a previous value rest of indices. I love that sauce. That's a good one.
This Russell low is interesting. Curious to see if we can get over this 15-minute halfway back, start to build in this LVN for a pushback up to our overnight low, or if this will be our rejection point.
1 minute till final half hours.
Another immediate bid off of our 89s again, but we're just still stuck here. I doubt we do. There are so many people that are positioned in these lows. Do 15s.
Tatum, what would ever make you think that that could be a possibility?
That 89 is so heavy. This is ADR. Expect some relief here. Should give you a chance for a reoffer if we're gonna do it.
There's the regret out of dubs as well. Love to see it.
I look for 15s on ES. We can't get over our bid on 20s.
RTY, yesterday POC 49.7. I know that's still like 4 points, but there's really not much structure. I mean, you have this edge at 53, 52 that we're testing right now, but if we get into that range, be aware.
I'm interested in this 920, 915 area on NQ. I think we can see some chop there, get a relief, then figure out direction. If Russell loses 52s, then I think we just go to yesterday's overnight high at 48.9, where that VPOC is. Tagging this liquidity now, see if there's any buy side here. Holding at his offer now. Want to see us back over 22s. I'm out one here into 40. Watch Russell in the pre-day value high here, 54.5 as resistance. See if our offer holds. I'm flat. I'll wait, see if we can recover pre-day value or not. Sell side imbalance filled on RTY here. See if the offer pushes or if we can build. I'd like to see a retest of either previous day value or like a very strong look above and build back on this node for the Russell. It's just offers here. Can we build above? Or do we need to come down and retest first? I'm not sure, but this is a nice bit of buy side pressure that we put on here. Love to see us break the downtrend on RTY specifically. Not even close on NQ or ES.
Yeah, you're done, man. Good luck. Go purchase. Five more minutes until final 15s. 25 is going to be very, very, very important for ES to maintain.
We've now fully retraced that 15-minute candle back to our bid. Or sorry, to our original offer at 89.75. We can get back over, awesome. If not, right, this is just retesting where all of these people were offsides, and then we got that huge push down. We need to get back into this range over our 89 here on NQ. Trying to hold our 56.8 on the Russell is kind of my line in the sand right now. Love to see bid be able to maintain here for that pushback up to overnight low. See if we can get through. My dog discovered she can take a shortcut underneath my bed to get to the other side of the room. It's their favorite thing to do now.
Nice.
Full army guy crawl underneath the bed.
That's hilarious.
Super cute. Into our 006. Russell is able to maintain our 56.8. Bid was pretty solid. Looking back up, we have now fully retraced this candle. It is now green. I'm flat here. The runner from RTY holds. I still think we can probably go for the overnight low, but I'm just going to be risking off into this this offer point. Bit worried about these wicks.
Any news? I don't know. Ask Rory. Did he say anything? Big GMer. I'm waiting for this 20-point ES bid and close at 50. That's my guess. You like that, Tatum?
Russell into our overnight low, full PT met. See if it can actually push this time with that liquidity there. If this is going to continue to remain as our high. I do like this look above. I think Russell has room. Just back into our offer here at 65.8. Push through this guy, then we have so many sellers that are offsides from that 61.4 absorption. I keep trying to figure out like a good ratio for the Russell trades. I don't know. I feel like maybe 3 lots at a
For a
time.
stop. Oh.
I don't know, because like I was doing like 1 lots before, and it just does not feel like I want. It's too small.
The times Russell is like weird when I trade it because I feel like when I'm on the right side, the range is not big enough, and I feel like I need to get size on. But then when I get offside, I feel like I go underwater really fast.
I
Maybe
totally
that's
get
just a
you.
me
No,
thing.
I
Okay.
feel it.
So it's like I want size when I'm right, but I want to be like really small when I'm wrong, and I think that's probably just not being intimate enough with
Yeah,
actually trading it. But
I totally get you.
yeah, of course Tatum. Oh, it just feels like my R&R is really skewed. Yeah, that as well, sir. I don't know. If fills are tough on it too, maybe that's part of it as well. Well, I on that note, and this is like, I mean, Horse used to do this a lot, like back in like 2020 as well. But his big thing on it is he would take more of like a swing kind of mindset. It would still be a day trade, but his mindset would be not scalp orientated at all. And he would like average into a position with micros for over like, it'd be like a 30-minute entry and then hold for like the day. Which I don't think the Russell right now, how it's trading. I mean, I guess you could have done it short today. But it's been too oscillating to kind of do that well. But I think that solves some of the problems. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer.
I'm only watching RTY into this close. If we can hold overnight low, there might be something here. If not, like it's nothing. RTY just has so much more momentum. See if we can get a continuation here. Testing our offer now.
This 25 is still primary area of interest for me on ES. 4 minutes on the day.
Watching this bid into 63.8 on RTY, seeing if we can hold here. If we lose this, then there's a rotation back down to overnight low, I think, if that goes offer. Need to see buy side really start to try to defend this 63.8. Later, serve.
Well, I think it's still on the bird flu stuff, kids. Wow, I saw trials went through and the initial tests for the new vaccine was not good. Not good at all. Very no bueno.
Good first risk off here on RTY if you're playing off 6380. Huge. That's actually the close, so.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
That was not bad at all.
A little rough around lunchtime there, but we pulled it back, team. Because you asked, Dubs. I heard you were here, man.
I didn't feel terrible.
All right, guys. What? We have another short week next week? Yes, we do.
Dependence.
Do we have? Is Friday off?
Let me go look at a calendar.
No. What do you mean, Dubs? How do you know? Huh? Huh? Wednesday's a half day. I mean, Friday's gonna be Garbo as well.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Don't really know what to say. At
Not
least
much to
end of
say.
quarter rebalancing is done. Sucks that we have a short week next week, to be honest. Oh, what a garbage like mid-month for trading.
All right. Well, I will see you Monday. Make sure everyone does their homework and comes on Monday with some playbook examples so we can bust on through that.
You guys have questions or you want to like brainstorm this weekend, just DM me and I'll get around to it for responses. If I don't get any DMs with questions about potential setups or trades that you've taken or ideas that you have, then I'm assuming that you're just all super prepared and putting in the effort by yourself and you don't need anyone and you'll be ready on Monday. Right?
Surely.
It shows the literal time, date to the second of when the trades occurred. So then why would you ask, is this all of today? All right, goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.